transmutation of the thoughts and intentions of the physicality of humans, of beings present. And now is this moment for each and every one of us to start to experience this. And once this plasma opens up, once this condition manifests with these thoughts and intentions, then it will start to open up across the planet. And so it will no longer be a case of I'm an individual based wherever I'm based. I can now connect with everything and be present anywhere. So that's and as Stefania was just speaking about, you know, the connection from the thought to the toe, and in between is all these mini suns, all these cells of the body, all these souls. And so if we have that galaxy, that universe within inside ourselves, just within inside the body structure, even just within inside the body structure of the brain, then if we can travel across one side to the other, so from the physical to the unphysical, as we say, the plasmatic condition, then it means if we can do it with a thought from one side of our brain to the other, or from the brain to the toe, it means we can do the same in an instant into any position, anywhere on the planet or beyond. It's all the same thing. There's no difference, because we're all, that's the connection. And that's what's opening up in this moment. Any comments on that?
I think it's could be even more direct in terms of the cells in our body. If we can go deep enough with our attention to actually get down to the cellular level and clusters of cells, like we're able to focus on an organ. You know, you could focus on your liver, and Stefania mentioned focusing on the vertebrae. Why not focus even deeper levels to the actual cellular level where the memories are stored, and not just the memories of right now, but the memories of perhaps past lives and other things. Because if we get down to the atomic level, for example, they've proven scientifically that each of us have roughly 100,000 atoms that pass through the body of Christ. And we have 100,000 atoms of every other person on this planet and who's ever existed on this planet inside of us, because everything gets recycled here. And we have such a large number of atoms that statistically they've proven that this is the case. I mean, if you just breathe the air from someone else in the room, you've taken in many, many, many trillions of atoms of someone else into your body. And it's possible to actually access the information that's contained inside of those packages. And that's a technique that's possible from sensing, using the attention as a sensing apparatus. I mean, think about it. Our attention is our main tool that we have as an essential self. We can place our attention inside, outside. We can turn our attention inward. We can focus outward. We're able to go inside the body. I discovered this when I was fortunate enough to herniate the disc in my back when I was younger. I didn't think it was very fortunate at the time, but it forced me to place attention on my spine and to place attention on each vertebrae and to learn how to crack each vertebrae and to service and deal with a herniated disc, which is normally pretty hard to cure. Eventually, I cured it by lying down on a concrete floor and forcing my own energy through to it finally caused a healing event. And or with acupuncture, where two little needles for 20 seconds eliminated all the pain for the next 2 years. This is technologies that we need to be aware of, and that we're all capable of in our own ways, learning to deeper and deeper levels. And by deeper, and it's like when you go inward, it's going outward at the same time. There's like a two-way communication there. So
yeah, thank you, Rick.
Alfred, how many atoms of the creator do we have each in our body? Well, each atom is of the creator. So all of them, I guess I would say. How many do you want to access? It would be the question.
That direct link, Rick, all the way back through. So yeah, that is incredible. That is the position of our lineage, all the experiences we've had through our family connection, wherever we're placed, whatever position we take on the planet, we have all those experiences from the souls within our structure. And as you said, that has a direct link with everything, and that has a direct link back to the whole of creation, to that exact moment, which is this moment. And to keep the show going, to keep this position that you've just spoken. Then we still speaking with our voices. However, what's the intention and what's happening right now within that flight room?
So, Dean, we're not hearing you right now.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry for interfering, but I can really feel the field changing, and I think it would be a good time to not to speak, so we can all feel it.
That's exactly what I was going to just say. We need is to actually not speak and just to be part of it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Who's that? Is it Stefania talking?
We're in the middle of the session. We're just taking a break. So no more interviews.
Okay, guys, I'll just gently bring you back into your new positions. Mr. Kesh is now out, and he said it's okay for you all to start speaking. And I hope you all enjoyed your flight. It was wonderful to be present with you all, and thank you for your beauty. Hello, Rick. How are you?
Thanks for being there, Dean. That was quite an experience.
It was for all of us. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering what people's impressions are. I see you wrote that no interviews with Jacko and Marie until later today.
Yes, that's they're still so they're still going through their experience, and they have to stay in the moment, and so they've now come out. They've now gone upstairs, and they're going back in again later. So that we can't do anything in between. This has always been the way with all the interviews.
Right.
Okay, so hopefully you enjoyed that wonderful experience. And it was yeah, the emotions and as I said, the sun was shining brightly, and I felt the presence of all the beautiful souls doing all the wonderful intentions and thoughts. But it's funny how I sensed I didn't get this feeling of being I don't know, it's hard to describe. It was like for me it was there was nothing. It was I didn't get a lot of like traveling or being it was very I don't know, there were moments when I could stop the thought process completely, and it was just not a lot of interference at all. It was just very still and quiet, and then I had to come back and write some messages, and as soon as I opened my eyes or I engaged with my surroundings, then I tend to lose the connection. So it was yeah, it was in and out, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd put it that way too. I found with the open microphones, I was, all you have is I have earphones on, so that's all you have to listen to, and it's supposed to be silence. And of course, there's strange little noises and gurgling and breathing and maybe something in the background. And every time I'd hear something, it kind of jarred my my thinking brain into, oh, what was that? Is that something I need to pay attention to? Does that mean the microphone is opening, that we're done now? And I have to check and make sure, see what's going on and so on. So it was distracting to me, I found. But at the same time, I tried taking my headphones off and just, lying back in the chair and relaxing. And I didn't find that as effective. So I put the headphones back on. I couldn't turn down the volume on my headphones because it is not separately adjustable from the other stuff. And so it seems like it amplified all these sounds and gurglings and things going on, a lot of indistinguishable sounds, which actually made it interesting. And I worked off of that, and I decided that I would try even harder to put myself into a relaxed soul position, basically, and close my eyes and project into Linz and with others, and gathering together and all of that. And I think I was semi-successful. I had a vision of Mr. Kesh in his suit.
Rick, Mr. Kesh is stood
presence.
Mr. Kesh is stood here right now, Rick. He's right in our presence now. So I don't know if Mr. Kesh would like to come in and say anything. Would you like to come into the Reactor group?
No, I keep you in your dilemmas.
So I don't know if you heard that. Mr. Kesh said, "No, I'm going to keep you in your dilemmas." So,
I was debriefed by Miss Winter, so I know what you've been up to.
Did you get that, guys?
He was debriefed by who?
I didn't quite get it, Mr. Kesh.
Guys and ladies are allowed to talk.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was I was just had a quick chat with Miss Winter, telling me she wants to do lots of what you've been doing, so I know what's happened. Rick, can I have a second with you?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi. It'll be interesting if you find out in the group how they felt and what do you call it, make a note of it, because we are bringing them back around about 2:30 our time again into the system. And it'll be very interesting in what we ask them to do or to achieve inside and what is being achieved outside. Because only universal council members and the people who've been in there will know what's happening. We want to know if you can gather, what do you call it, what as the listeners listen to, and what, when it comes with the universal council members, what they wished for. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not clear. You want the
just see what is
how
their consensus, how people felt in past hour when they were inside.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to ask them when they come here how they felt and see how close the two are.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But these people coming back again around about 2:30, they're going into the system again.
Okay, we were about to get into that, so yes, that's great.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you. You don't need to stay on till 2:30, but just they come back to go through the next cycle. Okay. Yep. Bye.
Okay.
So
All
you've
right,
got all that, Rick. So you don't need to stay on, but if you want to someone wants to come back in and open up a room, then we can continue on. It's up to you, Rick, how you want to do that.
How long is that from now? I think here it's.
So they're not going to be. It's now here. It's now 11:44.
2 hours and
CET.
45 minutes.
Yeah, so it's quite a while. So maybe we can organize it here, or we can open up another room between us and go back in and you know, open it up again. It doesn't have to be in the Reactor group, Rick. It's however it plays out for you.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be late for you, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it's definitely late for me. I'm not feeling well, so I'm pretty much toast now. But can
I have some jam on mine, please?
Some what?
You said I'm feeling pretty toast. I said, can I have some jam on mine?
Oh, no. I don't think we can keep going till back into the next session, and so unless someone wants, we could keep the meeting open and have others take over. Mark or someone else, whoever has the endurance, can keep the co-hosting and hosting going and just end the workshop. Or
yeah. I think that'd be a good idea, Rick. I think that if one of the guys can you know, just leave it open, and we can keep discussing if people are around, and then when Jacko and Marie go back into the system, we can start experiencing again, because it's quite a momentous moment. So I think it would be good to keep broadcasting.
Okay, I will keep going as long as I can. I need to take a break. I should have lied down during this session. It would be much better for me when I'm lying down than sitting up to do this kind of work, I think. But I had to pay attention to other stuff here, and so it be it. Yeah, so okay, that sounds like a plan. Let's carry on. And so that was about. Okay.
I can be at hand, Rick, if you like. I don't know,
John,
Mark.
great.
Mark is co-host there, but
yeah, let me make you. I'll make you co-host as well, John. Oops. Yeah.
So Rick, just to understand, you will keep open till 2:30. and
And beyond
don't stop. Yeah.
Pardon me? And
I didn't get it. The
yeah,
program
we'll
will be
we'll
open.
stay
we'll
open. Yeah,
stay
it'll be
here.
past
Okay.
past 2:30 because
Yes.
we'll have to debrief it and so on after. So
Yeah, thank you very much.
So next session is 2:30.
The next
Yes.
session with the yeah, they're going back in on at 2:30. We've just we can still continue with the reactor group until its natural conclusion, but then it can then transmute into another session that can be a live interaction with the flight experience again. So it's an ongoing experience. As we all know, it's the connection is always there. So we're just going to keep it open for and see how it plays out. Rick, you can make me a co-host as well if you want to, and I can send some pictures and things as well.
okay, there we go.
Thank you.
Great. I was so excited this time. And third eye just opened for a few seconds, just image came on my mind. And after we finished, just appear again, this third eye.
Well, that's funny you mention that because I was about to explain the experience that I had, which was kind of strange that way. I had the vision of Mr. Cash initially and felt his presence, and then I had this vision of Jacko and Marie having a lot of fun. There was this festive kind of feeling, and I saw a vision of some sort of this looked like red fruit or something, but pulp. But that's another thing. And then toward the end, though, I got this impression, a visual of a pine cone, basically. Didn't look exactly like a pine cone, but it was yellow and it was pine cone like. And I was able to move it around in my mind and place it on my forehead. And then I developed this pressure right above my nose, in my, between my eyes, but in the forehead above my nose. And it just kept building up, and it felt like it was almost like it was wanted to explode. It was very strange. And then I thought maybe my headphones were too tight. So I loosened off the headphones, but it didn't change. It was still there. And I just kind of had to allow it to kind of dissipate. But I believe it was some third eye, the pineal gland, the third eye, and all of that. Something was trying to force its way open, I think. Interesting. When you get an actual physical sensation, then that's
yeah, I had a similar feeling of this something trying to burst open, but more in my forehead, like the third eye. And then I had a vision of me standing on the head, like the yoga posture. So it was like instructions. I got instructions of how to relieve this pressure that I have on the third eye.
Okay.
Myself, I see this third eye just looking at me, open. Like Isis eye or Ra eye or Horus eye. And it was like laughing to me, not laughing, but smiling to me. Only one eye. So I'm thankful of this experiment that initiated me on these other dimensions, but I didn't have time. I hope that next time I will see something.
We see some images here of what's been happening. Thank you, Dean. Oops. Did I mess something up for you? Did I say something wrong? Were we not supposed to see that? What happened?
Rick, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, Rick. It's on my phone, and I should have shared I was muted, and then I was trying to. So let me figure it out, and I'll come back. I'll get back to that picture for you. Just 2 seconds.
Okay. I thought it was priceless, and I wanted more of it, and it disappeared.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, hang on a sec. Let me. I might have to stop sharing and then come back out. I don't know. Don't seem to be able to come out of share now. What's going on? Stop sharing. Okay, so yeah, I'll get the picture back up, Rick, and I'll come back in 2 seconds.
I have tried without connected audio, so directly through my soul. I was once in the room. I tried to connect back. I was sensing for a short moment Jacko. And as I was sensing him, then Marie came into my mind, but it was just a very short moment. Then long time, not really something, but then I had not a voice in my mind, but I was thinking the first goal is reached. And then I had to do here in Metastate some things. Then I was eating, smoking a cigarette, and connection was lost. But at the end, when they came out and I connected to the audio again, I had this feeling like in the unit, like this balancing, but not the same strength, but it was there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. That's wonderful. It's good to hear this, that everybody's starting to sense and feel these connections. You can see these pictures here are of Jacko and Marie just after they literally so I'll go back to the first one. So this one, they'd literally just come out, and I could see that they were, you can see in their faces that they're still connected, they're still there and still present and experiencing, even though they've stepped out of the room. I think you can sense and see in their body language they were still connected, and sensing and feeling this deep connection. So that was an interesting moment, I think. And then they're now in another position and going through this, the next phase of their experience. Probably going through some emotions and some deep connections, and a little bit later on today, as we know, at 2:30 they'll be going back in and probably finding another position. So I've noticed this a few times when people go into the flight room that they some experience things straight away, some do not, and the experiences are always so totally different for each soul, and so it'd be interesting to gather in what Jacko and Marie have just experienced and shared with everybody, knowing the deep connection with the UC, knowing the connection with Mr. Kesh, and the fact that Mr. Kesh is this is a big moment for humanity and joining of the universal community. We have some very poignant moments, and I'm sure that this will be reflected in many aspects. And for many of you, I know some of you wrote in chat that you were experiencing this connection, and you were sensing and having emotions, exactly as we all do. And as soon as you tap in that exact instant, it's sometimes it can be overwhelming, and you brings about this. As I said, at one moment when I started to think about something and I brought it to my position, I suddenly got this overwhelming, well, not overwhelming, that's not the right word. I felt this emotion that welled up that made me sense and brought water to my eyes, H2O to my eyes. So this, my structure started to show the emotion of feeling that sense of crying, which was an emotion directly linked to when Mr. Kesh was in there and obviously broadcasting and sending out many beautiful conditions for humanity and beyond, for all the souls present in this moment. And I sense that, and the moment I connected with that, I got this overwhelming, I keep saying, I got this emotion that welled up within inside me and expressed itself in my physicality. So it'll be interesting moments. I'll just flick through a couple more pictures. So these are, as you can see, this is literally within, I'd say, 30 seconds to a minute that they've just come out of the system, the flight system. And I think you can see it. They're still very connected there. And I think they're still experiencing in that moment there.
Interesting. If you look at the facial postures, you don't see a big smile. You don't see this joy necessarily expressed on the face, but you do see a neutral face mask. And I think that's important. That's what I was actually working with when I was during our silence period, is if I even had to massage my jaw a bit to try to relax the face mask. If you relax your face, that controls the relaxation for the rest of your body. And it's a technique of, mediums and psychics and people that access other dimensions. You relax the body first, you start with the face takes care of the rest, basically. So it seems like they have a neutral but really intense connection. You get the most intense connection when the face mask is neutral.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Rick. You can see that it's interesting to see that space gap between them. Yet the communication, as I sense, is very direct and very yeah. There's, and as you said, that neutral expression. You can sense it. It is. It's very deep and very powerful. I can see it in Marie's face. She looks very connected. Jacko's got it looks like a slight smile, but that could be just his just the way he holds himself. But there's definitely that connection you've just spoken about, and that neutrality of the facial expression. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But then obviously then you see the next let's flip to another picture. Obviously then there's explaining something, or Jacko starting to explain an experience and to discuss it with Marie. Marie's still very connected there. And
is that the procedure, like after coming out? Is there any protocol that way? Do they interact with each other and try to debrief kind of at that point, or is there a period of silence, or how do they process that normally?
Well, when I've experienced or sort of seen other people come out, sometimes they, if it depends if they are connected as a family, they may come out and just hug each other or go through their experience and just express their emotions in some way. And sometimes people come out and they just go and stand on their own, and you can see the expressions in their face. So I don't think there's any protocol as such. It's just allowing it to happen, and it just happens naturally. And it's just an expression that most of the time, I would say people come out and Mr. Kesh wants to speak with them directly themselves to get it firsthand what's just been experienced. And so he usually they come to Mr. Kesh.
Has he interacted with them at this point, or does he? No,
not yet. No. So at this point, Rick, that you're seeing now, they had literally just walked out the room, and Mr. Kesh was still in the room.
Oh, right. Okay.
So Mr. Kesh was still in the flight, still broadcasting to you and being connected, and they had just come out. So yeah. Right. So you can take that as you will.
Well, thanks for clarifying. That's Really nice.
This is Mosfek. I have some things to add to this. As you know, I was involved with the Universal Council, and this was a Universal Council task carried out in there. And I connected with the Universal Council soul, and all the members present, even the departed ones, were there, and they're all engaged. And there were certain specific tasks that were done, which I could feel. And let's see. I mean, later on we'll get more confirmation about this, but it was sort of like a working trip, let's call it that. That's how I sensed, and there were specific things in there I could make out, and I also contributed my part as one of those guys we used to associate with the Universal Council. But in any case, all the former members, including the one just passed away, they were present.
Thank you, Mosfek. I think that's important what you just said there. So the same connection that you've just spoken about was there. I remember when you came into the unit, I was present, and I remember meeting you and experiencing that. And the same with all other Universal Council members. So it's interesting you said that all the Universal Council were present within, that have had their so they still have their presence in physicality, and the ones who were taking another position.
Yes.
And you
Yes.
you felt very connected to this, Mosfek.
Yes.
How did you sense this? How did you feel this connection, Mosfek?
It was, the connection was, yeah, they're there, and let's get on with the task. It was like that, very fast. It happened very fast, at scales well beyond the planetary scales. That was some of these were also I contributed my part of that, and they contributed their part.
So
And
the
this is how
task.
I felt.
So Mosfek,
Yeah,
the task. Can you elaborate on the task, or is that a UC?
Yeah, well, I mean, that of course the task is, in a way, the planetary situation, but it is tied to the universal level too. It's not independent. That's the thing. And so there was engagement at that level too. So this is how I see it. I mean, the planet Earth is not independent of the rest of the universe. And there are things going on that relate, and the Universal Council, that's it, did energy transfer at that level. I mean, I don't know if that's the best way to say it, but anyway, this is how it felt.
Okay.
So it was a very, as you know, there is a bit of seriousness in them. It was a, let's say, I wouldn't call it intense, but a working trip. That's how I would. That's the best way I can say it in words.
A working trip, yeah, wonderful. And so,
but it involves not just the planet. This is the thing, and this is very interesting to me.
So, as a UC member, Mosfek, do you
former, not anymore.
Former. Okay. So, but we're all part of it. We are all souls connected. It's a title. And we can all be part of this just by an emotion, just by a thought, and an interaction. Every person that comes in contact with the technology, with this experience, is part of it, and it's all of us. So, other than we gain some more knowledge and we become part of, we give ourselves a name. We're all part of this. We know it's the same connection. So in this moment, Mosfek, when you look at this image, and I can ask all of you this question, do you feel a connection, how can I put it, in a level that is beyond the physicality here? That when you look at the faces, can you see behind the smile? Can you see the field strength of the radiance of the soul?
One thing that's obvious in here is that a sense of accomplishment. You know, that's there. And we did it, and we did it.
Yeah, that's beautiful, Mosfeq. Yeah.
And so you know, this is the thing, and my sense, you know, is that things are about to transpire at a much rapid pace. That's my sense, but you know, we'll see how the coming days show us. But you know, that's my feeling.
Mosfeq, do you sense that when you see this, do you see the world leaders of and beyond? So do you see this presence of where the Universal Council starts to help humanity? And so my question is that the souls behind this are taking position, are being put around the planet as satellite souls, and to gently guide humanity to this peaceful condition, so that we all have the same abundance of thought and energies. Do you sense that with these world leaders we see before us?
I think, you know, the way I see it is that, you know, the Universal Council has been in position for a while. You know, of course, we had the limited exposure, limited conditioning of the planet, but you know, they have been operating for a while, and now it's just, you know, additional tools have been are available, which makes you know, implementing these at a higher field strength. This is how I see this happening, and who is the leader? There is the leadership won't exist in a way. Everybody is Messiah of their own soul. Some of these people, you know, the Universal Council member that we see in the picture, they can operate at field strength of a different order of the universal scale. And I mean, and they have access to it just by being associated with it. And they have some things to do. And are they leader? Well, it's kind of like, think of it this way. You know, we had this discussion by Mr. Kesh about, you know, the soul field extending, you know, expanding and extending beyond the physical boundary of human being, and as it does, it goes and senses all the emotions. So, did I hear somebody say something?
That was Mr. Kesh just looking at the picture on my phone and saying, were they here? So yes, carry on, Mosfeq, carry on.
Okay, so you know, so the Universal Council, being part of humanity, senses their condition and expand that field to the higher, you know, universal level. As it expands the field to the universal level, or related to the universal level. So, you know, it's a sensing and correction, you know, sensing the health issues. And you can think of it at an individual level, and then correcting it, you know, based on soul's design. And same thing, it's sensing the human situation on the planet and then correcting at the universal level. The field exchange happened this way. And so it's kind of like just a soul correcting in the enhancement unit, correcting individual afflictions But in the case of the Universal Council, the soul of the Universal Council, as we connected to it, does the same thing, but in the scale of the planet, being present in this planetary context. So this is how I see. So the leadership the council is providing is not so much leadership in the sense that we know the leaders to be, bossing other people, let's call it, for lack of a better word, but more of like sensing and engaging fields where and if needed. And as things proceed, the need for such corrections diminish and people on their own operate at that level. So at this point, it's collectively operating at the level of sensing and correcting, because not all of us are quite there yet. So Universal Council is kind of like, has on their own taken on this task. So this was why I see this engagement to be a task.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Mosfeq, very, very poignant words, thank you. So when I look at this, when I'm following on from your words, I think that these souls have come forth, are present here, have taken a position to enhance and guide humanity to this peaceful condition. And these, you see the physicality. However, the soul, the same with each and every one of us, is unlimited and a shining star of beauty, has a position. And as I speak these words, I see the sun start to shine again. And I sense Mr. Kesh to my left-hand side. And I sense it's a very poignant moment, an opening up of the plasma to another state, to another position. It's yeah, as you said, it's that rapid expansion. It's like we've just inserted another gas into humanity, and it's now interlinking in the physicality through the direct connection. As soon as it's the thought, the intention is put there, it opens this pathway, this door, and it just becomes from an atom to a universe instantaneously. And I feel that there's just this has just happened today. Funny enough, this opening up of the fields has just expanded. Any questions on that? Anybody else feel that way?
Hi, Rick. Hi, Rick. Hi, Dean.
Hi, Solomia. Hi.
So nice to hear from you. I see on the Mary front, I mean, between the third eye and the seventh chakra, and today is 7th day, I see a light. Do you see? And I feel that I am entangled with her. I feel a lot of peace, love, happiness. I never feel like this. I have a lot of a nice feeling looking at Mary and at Jacob too. But especially I am connected with Mary. I don't know why, maybe because I am a feminine, like Mary, feminine energy. But we know all we have feminine and masculine energy inside of us. And during our experiment, I put a question before. What was in the beginning? It was a silence or it was a sound? I mean, the word is sound of the universe. And the answer came right now, that in the beginning, was light. And after was sound. When I see this light on the merry front, I see somebody with this representative for entire universe and is illuminated. And she help Jacob, and they are together now as a whole, like the creator and like Mitra together. So in the beginning, they start to communicate like to the divine race, and they start to interact because they are the same. And together in their dance, they are in the unit dance at the soul level, at the light level, at the field level. They created a new plasma, which united entire planet, united all our soul of human being, but not only human being, of all beings and all entities which have a sun, a soul. And because they are a universal council representative, they are entangled at the soul level with all of us, with all the suns of these galaxies, universes, and the sun of the universe. I feel this, that they achieve to send this light in the sun and in the soul of all leaders, starting from today, 7 December, these 7 colors, 7 sounds. Peace is manifesting on this earth, in our souls, in the bright, shining soul of man, of these 2 beloved friends of us, Mary and Jacob. It's like Virgin Mary and Jacob from this metaphor written on the Bible. And I understood today that sun is it was the messenger in all religions, because all messenger has a soul like a sun, and we are created on their image and on the image of the creator. So sun from English is not the sun like mother, father, and son. Sun from English means the sun shining. This shining entity which created us in interaction with the Mother Earth, Gaia. We are the children of Gaia and of the sun. So sun is our creator, and the sun is unique. We do not need that these religions created in different traditions to split our soul, because the sun unites our souls. The sun is the common denominator of everything on this planet. As a beloved messenger, the new one said, everything on this universe has a soul. The mineral, the vegetal, the animal, and even the planets and all other unknown cosmic entity. Even the black hole has soul, and the soul is the sun. Sun is a creator of everything, of the life. If we will not have sun, we will not be able to create life. And life is everything on this universe. We are entangled, not only interconnected. So when Mary feels something, I feel the same. When Jacob feels something, we feel the same. Because now we are united. Even before we are united and entangled, but now we are aware of this. When you are aware, you can make a difference. You can move the mountains, the hills, and the ocean. You can do all what you want, in a good direction, in a good intention, because we have a powerful sun inside, made from the principal matter, made from the two divine rays, which are part from these fields, primordial fields. So we understand now, in these critical days of the humanity, that in difficult situation, our soul will help and can help all humanity to understand his real nature, to understand that we, even in a nuclear, biological, chemical threats and war, we can survive. Because we are the essence of the universe, created from the essence of the universe. Not fear. Starting from today, we understand that we are created from unconditional love, from beloved Mitra like our Mary. If I make a metaphor from the this Bible, the Bible is a astrological travel of the sun around the universe and around of the universe, because we have many suns on the universe. And this travel, this allegory from the Bible with 12 disciples of the Jesus, for example, and one of them, it was Mary, is like our Mary. And in all religion, we have this one virgin entity who born the son of the creator. But in reality, I mean, at my knowledge, and I started to connect and to understand during our experiment, feminine energy and masculine energy are together all the time. They cannot be separated. They are a totality. So it's like a bird with two wings, masculine part, feminine part, not only in equilibrium, but in harmony. To have the same heartbeat, like we know from the plasma, that plasma has a heartbeat, and all entities from the universe has this heartbeat, all which is related with gravity and magnetic field and gravitational field. I mean, physicality has this heartbeat. And today I feel this coherence, this synchrony, resonance of the of the heart of Mary, Jacob, the heart of Universal Council and all knowledge seekers as representative of the soul of humanity. And I'm sure it was a good, a successful experiment of making peace, because I feel myself very peaceful. And I am the fractal of the universe. My Tor, which is a fractal of the universe, now is a Tor of peace. And together with your Tor and vortexes of your sun, internal sun, we are able, and we created peace at the soul level. This tornado of peace, which is the aim, is a mission of Mr. Keshe with these two units, to create a tornado of peace. And today, these two beloved friends, together with Mr. Keshe and all Universal Council members and supporters and knowledge seekers and people which are entangled and correlated with us, we created this field, this dome of peace on this planet, especially on the heart of the leaders, all kinds of leaders. So I am so happy and grateful, thankful to all of you, to Mr. Keshe, who created this, which created this technology, and made us to understand that we are such a technology. But he created this to show the humanity how powerful is our soul, how powerful we are. We are a nuclear reactor. We have all the powers, and united, all the soul. Can you imagine how powerful we are? How lovely we are. When I see these two people, I see the beauty, I see the peace, and I see the love inside me and inside of you. If we achieve in our own fractal to create this harmony of love, beauty, and peace, I am confident, I am sure that peace will be sustainable on this earth too. We need such leaders like Mary and Jacob. We need such peaceful people in order to create in our societal life the same harmony and equilibrium and peace and love like in our inner unicos, because we are a micro unicos. So the challenge for the future leaders of humanity is to manage and to create a societal model in synchrony with our harmonious, peaceful, and loving nature, human nature. So, excuse me because I talk maybe too much, but I need to express myself. And I feel all of you in harmony, in resonance with my heart, with my soul, in peace and equilibrium. Much love to all of you, and thank you because you created today this tornado of peace together with our Universal Council representative at the guidance of our beloved Mr. Keshe. Much love to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomia. Wonderful words. I sensed some emotion coming up at you at certain times, place, and position as you were speaking those words. And it's funny how, not funny, it's indeed your journey from when you first came forward as a soul to your position of what you've just explained now. If you reflect on how you have come to another place, another position in your thoughts, I'm sure your thoughts and intentions are always beautiful. However, your understanding seems to have been enhanced, and you seem to speak in a different way, in a unified, beautiful way that corresponds with the ethos of peace for all. I'm sure you always had those intentions. However, you seem to be able to express them now in another way, another understanding. Thank you, Solomon. Very beautiful.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. I feel very peaceful. You are peaceful, and I feel comfortable with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, I'm going to need to stop sharing now for a little while. I need to charge my phone. So if someone else can take over a little while, that'd be great. Thank you, Rick. Much love to you all.
Okay, Dean, thanks.
Rick, sorry, I don't think you heard what I just said. I need to charge my phone up, so
Yeah,
I just need to
that.
unmute.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thanks, Rick. Thank you.
Just to add something, I belong to a community where we are used to talk like this, and we feel very happy together, and our aim is to create peace. But I'm forced by sometimes to work with other community and teach them how to be peaceful and create peace without conflicts. I mean, conflict-free conflict management is my mission and is our mission on this earth.
Okay, can anyone else give any of their impressions of the what they've experienced so far with the flight tests?
Rick, I was interested in something you were talking about when you had that incredible pressure somewhere around your third eye, and it was a pine cone, I think you were talking about.
Yeah, that was the visual I had during
I'm just curious, did you actually have a headache when you were not feeling well?
No, that was the funny thing about it. I've had a lot of headaches in the past and have had recently because I've been ill. But at that moment, I analyzed that there was no headache, just pressure.
Oh.
Just like if you were just take your headphones and just push on them really hard, even that doesn't do it. It was just this bulging pressure. And I was surprised, but curious about it. And I thought, that's interesting. And I analyzed it like it's not a headache. And I actually induced this by taking that little pine cone visualization thing and putting it in position. And then suddenly this third eye wants to bulge out. And, you know, it was just a funny experience that happened during that session. So I don't normally have weirdness
that your
happening.
soul of man was expanding, or did you get that feeling?
Yeah, I felt like my soul was trying to get out, and it put the pine cone in the right spot, and just needed to burst the balloon, allow everything to flow out. So I wasn't quite ready for that yet. I didn't want my head. I already got my head open last year when I fell on my head, so I don't need that again.
So this is your repair, most likely.
Well, I don't know. I had about a 10-centimeter gash on my head, and
oh God,
I needed some recuperation after that. And but perhaps it helped open things up in a way.
Yeah,
it's an ancient Tibetan technique.
Thanks for sharing that.
I've been too graphic, but that's what it is. So does anyone have anything they'd like to share about their experiences of what they felt, or anything else? We're looking for data for Mr. Kesh. Basically, he needs information about what our impressions were from this end, and he can compare it with his debriefing of Marie and Jacko at that end and see if there's some correlations. So any little things that might have occurred, and it could be almost insignificant to you, but maybe there's some meaning to it. So I'm opening the floor up for that kind of discussion. Dean, you trying to get through there? Mic was open. So
hi.
Oh, Valerie, go ahead.
Yeah, I can add that I had a very strong feeling of the field coming through. Like I almost immediately felt myself in a bubble of high frequency energy, like when happens what happens when I sit for a long and deep meditation. It was the same feeling, but the verbal part of my mind was still speaking, so it was kind of new for me to experience both situations. And I noticed that most of the time I didn't have a specific intent, except of just being fully present at the experience with my best intentions, like for being in a field of compassion, but not a specific intention, more specific intention actually. And while being in this bubble, it was like floating in space, and there was 2 moments very, very special that I felt like a small bubble of air coming from a very deep ocean inside of me and bubbling up and going to the surface. And when it went to the surface and met the air above the ocean, it became words of intent of cleaning the generational memory from my body. And at that moment, I felt like a buzzing that going through all of my body, like something. When you pour a liquid on a very hot surface and it evaporates immediately, so it was kind of like that. And I had a very warm feeling in my palms. It lasted for a couple of moments, and then I went back to this very pleasant bubble space, and it happened one more time a few minutes later, and my body was left in a lighter sensation, like less dense, more airy in all of the areas of my body, and much more connection with every cell and every organ and every bone in me. Very special experience that I usually get only in very deep meditation state. Yeah, that's for now. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Interesting experiences. Anybody else have something they'd like to bring forward?
Yeah, I connected over there. I was laying down. Probably you should have been laying down.
Oh,
too.
lucky you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I
That's the
think
best way to do this, I think.
I-
Lying
I-
down with headphones on would be the ultimate.
yeah, no, I didn't have the headphones on, just listening.
Mhm.
Probably through Dean's mic or whoever's mic. We were hearing some of those noises. I guess it was just, I thought it was a stomach or somebody had the phone on their stomachs.
It was very unnerving. It threw me several times. I had to work with that. I had to use it as a friction to work against, basically. Here I'm trying to get into the soul's state and I'm hearing regurgitation noises and breathing and stuff. And it's, yeah, it was a little strange, but you can learn to like it.
Yeah. We, it's like the flies flying around the house. You know, you have to get used to these things in a way.
Yeah.
Losing emotions even. Anyway.
So they're lying down and doing it, and tell us more.
So then I did feel those vibrations again, but not out of the top of the head, out of the ear, and then going back into the back of the head. So I said, gee, maybe we're not going anywhere. Then I had some impression I was sitting on Marie's lap for a moment. And maybe that was something that Nikolai had brought up the last time. That could have been some sort of carryover or something from a last session. But anyway, what was next? I think I had a private conversation with Mr. Kesh. We exchanged a few words. And then I saw a flight seat. So I positioned the soul in the flight seat. But I didn't see Jacko or Marie. I knew they were there, but I didn't see them. And I said, I guess we'll just go wherever they go. And it was more of a emotion of completeness, I would say, something along that line. There was no real interaction, exchange of words or feelings or anything like that. But it was more of a just of a peaceful excursion somewhere. And that was what I experienced.
Okay.
Just sort of being in balance at that moment, let's say. But let's see if she reports if she felt anything on her lap.
There's something heavy on my lap. How much does the soul weigh?
Oh, probably a couple nanometers. Not much. So that was my impression.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Ricky. Hello,
Hi,
Mark.
Claudia. Yes, go ahead, please.
I want to share something. It was interesting because I woke up alone at today, 5:24 in the morning, and I never wake up this time. So, and I immediately saw Mary and Jacko inside of the room in Linz. I hardly ever wake up alone this time, I said. But it was so clear. I sat the third chair, and after milliseconds, I was in back seat behind Jaco, and then behind Mary. Everything was in seconds. It was very silent, and I tried to feel their emotions. But then I wake up and start the routine with my kids. So that's I want to share. It was interesting because I saw the time and immediately saw them. So I really felt that my soul outside of my body, and that's why I want to share with you that we are all connected. Thank you.
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you.
Claudia, if you're still listening, did you
Yes.
yeah, did you feel that or did anybody notice if your body was still where you were connecting? Was it still in passive? Or you didn't notice? Okay. When you felt your soul expand, did you hold your body, like the soul of physicality? Did you hold it? Did you actually go physically to Linz?
I can say this difference right now. I only felt everything there, like the seat, like everything, the smell and the silence, everything. So it was so rapidly, so fast. But I can't say this difference, the physicality and the soul. I can't say this now right now.
Okay, so you think that your body was there, you were feeling everything?
Yes, I think, yes.
And it was fast. Okay, wow.
So fast, yes.
That's beautiful.
I think we are learning.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, so I haven't heard of most of what you've just been saying there. I've just seen in chat that Jalal wrote something about it. So I've just spoken with Mr. Kesh and I've just booked myself in for the 16th. So I will be present in this position and we shall see how things happen.
Finally, Dean, you're being allowed to go.
Finally, I'm being allowed. Yes, to take this this experience. Yeah. So we'll be interested next Friday to join with you all and to see what happens, see how it manifests. Interesting moments to follow. I just need to be a little bit quiet with myself for a little while. So thank you all.
Okay, well, any other input on the flight? Sorry, I just had a cat come through the window here. On the flight trip.
Do you have something ready for him? Mr. Kesh said the food must be good at your place.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm cutting back on because it just gets ridiculous. If you feed them, they will come. Cats are very manipulative that way, I think.
Brigid has joined us if there's no other.
Yes, I see that.
Okay.
Yeah, just downloading her pictures here now. Trying to, they're being a little stubborn. Here we go.
So I guess Mr. Kesh has decided to unleash Dean now.
Look out, world.
Thank you, Mark. I just heard that. So
I was going to say, this is our secret weapon.
not so secret, not so
No,
secret.
and not a weapon.
my no matter what emotions or everything that come up as within me, my intention has always been to help humanity. My deep-rooted core essence has always said that I have to be present to bring about this peace to humanity. I've known this since I was a very small boy, and I sense that now.
And Dean, I think you will be one of the most interesting because you've been in the center for in the middle of it all. I'm wondering, I'm going to listen carefully. What is going on with Dean?
Thank you, Gail. Yeah, many emotions. Kind of difficult to describe. It seems to have been a long journey.
A lot of preparation.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Gav. Yeah, it's like all of us. We all go through this path that we express and that we experience, the twists and turns that happen, and the things that are put on our path that we need to gently guide us, and that deeply rooted experience of being present in physicality, and then understanding on the soul level the divinity that is sat within us, and it's part of us, and it's expressed out into the fields of the planet and beyond. So yeah, that eternal being, that eternal soul understands, and then once the physicality comes to catches up, then you start to expand again and give back into the fields.
Sorry for the squeaky noise. I was just letting the cat back out through the window. And she didn't find any food and then left.
Rick, there was funny that outside my apartment today, there's many things that happen constantly when you become aware of it. And there was a lady with a backpack on and a cat present with her on the bench. And then this white golden retriever dog the other side of the road looking at the cat with its owner. And you could see the interactions of these two. And I thought it gave me a smile came to my lips as I witnessed this, and with my physicality in my eyes, and all the interactions I've had with these beautiful creatures over the, many interactions with the foundation. So yeah, beautiful moments. Thanks, guys.
I would like to share a little bit of my experience from today. I think the setting was so beautiful when you said, Rick, about the many atoms that passed through every one of us from all the different incarnations, I would say, that we heard of and that we remember eventually, so that we all have atoms in us from everyone. And so the ultimate consequence is that we also have atoms of the Creator in us. So that is such a beautiful thought for a moment like today. And that set for me a wonderful experience, I would say, because that is the connection to everyone, to all present, to the world leaders, to the Universal Council, to the Earth Council, and to the universe, unicos. So this connection, this is everywhere. And to be in this field together is so precious. And I had a little advantage because I was in the system on end of July, and we met Dean and we met Mr. Kesh, and I was so happy that I could share this experience with my dear partner. So we were together in the system, and that I'm so thankful for this. So that is another layer of today. And then what I saw with Marie and Jacko is that they are so much down to earth. The picture that you showed, Dean, they are so down to earth, and they are in this cosmic experience. I think this is just amazing, just unbelievable. And probably I'm very curious how they experienced this down to earthness compared to the cosmic experience or whatever they had. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Yes, they look kind of totally grounded, but at the same time very present and elevated. We shall see. Yes, see what their impressions are.
And one more thing I wrote into the chat. They were present as Universal Council. Then Dean, you said that Mr. Kesh is also in the system. Was he present as Earth Council? So that is another question I have.
I can't actually, I know Mr. Kesh, as far as I'm aware, sits on the Earth Council. So is part of the Earth Council. So I'm sure he's, as we know, Mr. Kesh's mission, he's been here to elevate humanity and bring us to a position of understanding, to bring this unconditional love, this peace to humanity. So I sense that Mr. Kesh has been sending out and broadcasting this for many moments, this moment in particular. And I'm sure when Mr. Kesh was present in the system that that was felt by humanity in that moment. And I know that all of you present here who've been experienced, witnessed, listened, been touched by this, and as we all have. And it's a poignant moment, and I think it touches you. It gets you. It gives you this this new position. And we shall see in the moments to follow how this transpires and becomes illuminating, elevating, and all the other aspects that we can envisage and speak with words as we communicate through this tool of communications in this moment.
Hello, Rick.
Yes, hi, Jefferson.
Hi, hello, everyone. I would like to share the experience that I have had, and as usual, was very powerful. The most wonderful thing that I felt since the beginning was the connection collectively. Everyone, we could feel that everyone was connected with the fields that was coming from the source. Let's say the Kesh Foundation, the Institute, and Marie, and Jaco, Mr. Kesh, Dean, everyone would feel a big dome around it, like a magnetosphere. And this, everyone was giving, donating energy. And then I felt this energy coming back to the everyone that was emitting this energy started to interact and receive it back. I don't know whether because of the phones were open. So this connection, I think, was very interesting because, as Mr. Kesh said, we give back, we are interconnecting. Was, in my view, amazing. In the physicality, I felt many different experience in this short period of time. But it was matter state, it was in the physicality, temperature of the body changed a little bit, lightness, like to be very light, and the brain was starting to pulse just like a heart. I could feel the heart. It's my impression. Everyone, I think, had a different emotions, feeling, and this is like to bring, because I had this in the physicality, like some shots or in the spine cord, and the brain started just like a scintillation system. I think it's embedded with the fields of the cosmic rays, in my view. So we feel in the different position, I think, inside our body, as well in our emotion, and as well in the field that connects to the universe, central line. And I just say that was amazing, how different tastes, smells, thoughts, but everyone connected with everyone. And just like after making a connection with this, the core, the center, we start to make a connection between each one of us, just like a net, and connecting these energies. I felt this amazing way of interact with our true intention of serving and giving. I think it's amazing. And just to add There was so many things that I could say for days, I think, each lab. But thank you very much. Just to compliment the test, it was amazing. Thank you, Mr. Cash. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, team, everyone. Maria, Jack, wonderful.
Thank you, Jefferson, for your impressions. All adds to the mix here. Gives us some data to go off of. Anybody else with their experiences?
Hello, Rick. It's Dean again here. So I'm now positioning myself and sat on the sofa next to the tritium H3. There's deuterium, there's hydrogen, there's CO2, and there's CH3. 4 bottles with one in the middle, a 5th one in the middle. And I'm sat on the sofa next to these ganses, these conscious matter state interactions that we can direct our thoughts and intentions to bring about this this condition. And if we think back to the very first reactor, Rick, and all the reactor groups you did, the very first intention you had, your very first interaction, and you go back to that moment and then you bring yourself forward to this moment, how do you sense and feel what's transpired, what's happened? Do you have any feelings on that, Rick?
Oh boy, well, well, this is basically what we see now is the journey that I hoped that would happen through even before the reactor group and before even meeting Mr. Kesh, because working through the soul means and through other than matter level dealings, I knew was you know, the secret, basically. I've been, in a way, working with this technology for probably 40 years, from when I first encountered this knowledge. So for me, it's a lot of it's kind of a rehash, but on the other hand, this is a new Mr. Kesh's presentation is very much in keeping with the times. You know, there's teachers that are out there that are really good, but they might have lost the connection with the changing times and you know, aren't able to continue with their teaching that's connected to the reality of what we have, which Mr. Kesh is able to do. And so that part has really blossomed over the last 10 years or so. And my parts of the Kesh Plasma Reactor group, if you go back to the original, together with the original characters that made up that group, are funky crew of experimenters. And now we don't have as many physicality experimenters, in a way, with crazy looking, rotating, dangerous looking experiments. But we do have a lot more of the perception and things like what Gianni was doing, showing the micro world and other such things where we add our feelings into the experiments as we are here today. So that's been quite an evolution over the last 10 years, that's for sure. And with the Reactor group, as with Mr. Kesh, he started out more physical descriptions and then he announced that he would, he announced he was the Messiah. that changed things. And then he announced that he would focus on soul teachings rather than the Gansas and other matter level stuff that he was teaching before. So that changed things a lot, of course, and that's part of the whole structure of the Kesh Plasma Reactor group as well, because we sort of followed along and introduced more and more of the soul-based things. When you came in, Dean, which was what, maybe 5 years ago or something like that, came into the Reactor group. Do you know when that would have been?
Oh, I can't remember exactly. I know it was quite some time ago. It feels longer than that.
That was around the time when we were just opening up to this soul and inner exploration idea. It was before that. It was primarily sort of a old boys club of talking about technical things in a way. Not always, but a lot of it was. And then it became, for a while there, I had people, grown men crying on the show, like repeatedly. Dean, you were one of them when you first came on. Yeah. And you were so grateful, though, to meet up with the plasma technology and the teachings of Mr. Kesh, and, to be, you could feel the gratitude and the familiarity that you felt and so on with, or comfort, I guess you might say, about being able to open up in a group to the whole world, basically, and not be, laughed out or put down or told to grow up or whatever, and try to work it through. And there's quite a few experiences like that. They're quite profound. And, you realize the effect that this knowledge has on people. It's life altering, it's profound, and it's real.
Thank you, Rick. That's exactly it. And I remember when I first came in contact with this, I was still in an elevated position of awakening. I don't know how to describe it. And I always remember that I was in sheer fear, I suppose. Well, yeah, we have fear of opening the mic up to actually speak. And then I always remember, I'm sure that I was being elevated by many knowledge seekers to do this. And then I think some of you may have regretted it to the fact that I spoke too much sometimes. But it was in that moment, it was very difficult for me to suddenly open a microphone and think, I'm going to speak to the world. And I'm sure many people feel like this, that they how could I possibly open myself up to be that open when we are, we experience conditions and things within us that make us very, some of us are very introverted. And I suppose deep down I've always been quite an introvert, and find it difficult to express myself that way. I express myself through other means, through art and other ways. And so to open that microphone was a very big thing. And I sense that with many people that they're touched by this. They're touched by the the souls guiding them, put them in position. But very much like the foundation, they will never judge you, and they will never force you to do anything. But they wait patiently until you become so aware of it that you just open up. you literally just open up. And then once you do, the creation starts. You start that new cycle, and you become part of something. But it's a very big thing for many people. I understand that. However, once you've experienced that and you let go of the fear of it, I suppose, you let go of many things that happen in around you, and then you just speak into the microphone, and you're just effectively speaking one-on-one. So like I'm speaking with you now, Rick. I mean, it's like we're having a conversation just between ourselves. We know there are many people speaking, but when you let go of the fear of that and you just have a conversation, then it's a bit like this process of connecting with everything, because you suddenly you don't well, I'm speaking from my experience, you don't just allow it to be, I'm thinking about all these people listening in, all these situations that I couldn't possibly speak. I'm too nervous. I'm too self-conscious, too self-aware in my physicality. However, the more you get touched by this information, the more you realize that you're speaking on a soul level, and you're basically, it's a one-on-one. And I think that awareness is that's a big one for humanity to realize, and for especially many beautiful souls present in the moment. There's many beautiful teachers and individuals, nations, corporations, family members that are all understand this. And I've noticed in the children and everything around, they're gradually opening up to this and becoming more expansive, and they're understanding and learning how to communicate in different ways. And so it's obviously touching people to the point where people will naturally come out of their shell and expand into the consciousness of everybody and everything. So thank you, Rick. Thank you for that answer.
I just wanted to ask you, I think Rick mentioned tears. People were brought to tears with the technology. Was that because people were making GANs and the fields and
not with the technology, with the emotion of connecting with the knowledge.
Okay, but would that have been helped by producing little souls and the GANs?
Could very well be, because it helps makes you the connection with yourself. Once you make the connection with yourself,
you wouldn't have realized
made your soul connection.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have thought that that's what was happening until later. I'm just curious about that. And yeah, Dean does speak very well. Very well.
Well, he certainly improved a lot over the years. When he first came on, he was like beauty this and beauty that, and he couldn't just select any other words because his soul was kind of tongue-tied at first. And the emotion just came through, though, and very strong, and at time like in a tearful way, but tears of joy, not sadness. We're not talking about sadness at all. And but now he's developed this confidence and vocabulary and the rest that goes with it, that he can describe his feelings, or describe other people's feelings, and describe this from a soul-based level as much as we can in this physicality. So and he's taken on various posts that haven't been easy, I know, along the way, hard. and he's stuck with it, and he's still there. So that speaks a lot just for the stick-to-itiveness, as they say.
And I also noticed this difference too in Dean from 3 years ago? Yeah, I think 3 years ago. And I can see how much you've changed and grown. It's amazing. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Rick. It's that is being close to the foundation and being close to the core of it. And being around Mr. Kesh, you're very close to the core, and I know that I sense that you either expand from this and you come through this field, or many can't or won't accept this field, and so they sort of bounce off of it.
Trial by fire.
Yeah, they sort of rub off, and it's an acceptance, Rick. You really have got to, and you go through so many emotions and so many aspects of so many tests. It's one after the other, test, until you get to a position where you either sort of,
that's
as I
the test, or you get testy, one or the other.
Yeah, where do you know, it's very much like that. It's it's a wonderful experience. At the same time, it's tough, and I've been there and experienced it firsthand, and so from a position of knowing from a small child to suddenly speaking now as we all are live, and all the aspects of my life and my experiences growing up, that as I said, I was always an introvert, and even though I did certain things or spoke in certain ways, on a small level, to actually open up and expand out takes a different aspect. But that's something that I've learned through you guys, because you're all such beautiful, and you all speak and all interact on just normally, as if it's just a chit chat amongst friends, which it is really.
It is.
And exactly, and then when that happens, Gail, you change, and when we bring that forward to the whole of humanity and to the world leaders, and the world leaders interact like this, then there is no world leaders. We're all part of the same thing. We all have interactions that will just make the sun shine brighter, and make the grass grow quicker and greener, and with inside ourselves and outside ourselves, and then on out into wherever we as a soul decide to position ourselves.
And maybe a flower or two is in there.
Many flowers. Many flowers. Yeah.
My dream is anything that's an exotic invasive. I want to know how to put the fields so it can actually integrate with the indigenous and produce a flower that I will love. But it's hard to think about exactly how you do such a thing.
Did I get that right, that you want to visualize or manifest flowers, basically? Is that what you said?
Well, I'm always complaining about exotic invasive bushes that smother everything because they just grow and grow and they're not meant for the area. So it's a heck of a lot of work to have to remove those so that the indigenous does grow. And I looking at those bushes and I'm saying, what a waste. Why should I have to pull out these roots and everything else to give everything a chance? Isn't there some way that we can put the GANs or, think about the fields that will change the elevation of the soul of the plants, and maybe they will shrink and become beautiful flowered bushes, It would be rather interesting to do that. That's kind of artistic, I think. Just my thoughts.
Your thought is a GAN, so you can. There will come a moment when, as we know, good gardeners have loving intentions towards their plants, to their garden, and they water it with love and attention, and through those fields of intention, the garden blooms. And so the invasive species, are they invasive? Are they invasive?
Terribly. There is nothing else that grows. And I managed to get trees and everything to grow, but I had to work hard at it. And now it's very beautiful, but I have to manage them. And it's, I just feel like it's such a waste of creation that we can't help them to integrate with the indigenous that is here. They come from Australia, believe it or not. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Australia, but they were brought in to produce ink for printing. And I'm trying to remember, and the other one, I'm not sure exactly, maybe part of the paper industry. So they were not here originally.
So it does have a useful purpose.
Well, sort of, except that we don't do that.
Just is not the purpose that you're looking for.
And absolutely, and we really don't get involved in ink all that much anymore. So they're useless. But why not try to elevate and get them to produce beautiful flowers? They can be low growing, you know, that can help. And roots in the soil actually are good because they hold the hill. I mean, I have some pretty steep hills here, so I need to watch that. No erosion. Yeah, that's a dream. I think we should put a wish to the Universal Council and about this. I think it would be interesting.
Why is it, Gail, that you these invasive species? Why is it they go to a new location or brought in by whatever means, as a seed or as a plant, and they take over? They take over the environment, and the local species that were present there for a long time. Why do they not? Why are they not able to adapt to their new friends?
Well, sometimes the environment is just too interesting to these invasives, and once they start to take over, then the other ones, the indigenous ones, they actually remain in the soil. There's seeds all over the place. I didn't even know what was here until I started that project, and they start to take on. I think Alex Skorig gave us a picture of some of those kinds of plants. You know, they're all in harmony and in balance. And when you bring something from outside, it may have flourished with a whole lot of other plants that balanced with it. But here, it's like a nightmare. It's too perfect for them to multiply, I guess you could say. They're pioneers.
You can look at it another way, Gail. You can look at it another way. The indigenous plants are happy. Would you say they're happy in their environment, their natural environment?
Yes.
So they're not takers; they're givers. So these that have come from outside, they cannot get enough. So they're not givers; they're takers, and that's why they spread. They have to take fields from others.
Okay, that makes good sense.
So your solution is very simple. You already know it, right?
Well, I think so.
You need to give them what they lack. You need to provide and give to them what they lack, and they will stop spreading, and they'll be happy like the indigenous ones.
Yeah, and I would just love it.
That's a good one. So elevate the the plant rather than try to eradicate it, in a sense.
Yeah, because it's a huge job to do that, really, and I don't like it. I hate to pull little plants' roots out all the time, really. You feel after a while, just like the fly, you start to feel very guilty and you're harming something.
So how would you give to a plant like that, Elias? Do you think, what did you have in mind? Like
that's something that,
like that,
I guess,
or fields.
Yeah, fields, and I think it's a special situation. Everybody has different plants in their environment. And each plant has different requirements. So a little bit of research maybe, and find out, maybe you can try different types of ganses, put different types of ganses and create a field. So in one corner, you put a smaller amount, and on the opposite corner, a larger amount, create a field flow. Try experimenting with different types, different combinations, and watch what happens. That's the first thing that popped into mind. And there might be some other things that you can do, but again, I don't have that much experience. But we all know, I mean, we've been in the foundation here for a while, and we know what the solution is, but we're not quite sure how to achieve that solution. So even though we know they're taking because they're not happy, so they have to take from outside, from others, they have to steal. And
sounds like us.
Yeah, it sounds like us. And this is the beauty about the understanding, is what applies in the macro applies in the micro as well. So we already have the knowledge. The question is, how do we apply it? How do we understand it? And that's where the challenge is. And might be a good idea to get in touch with people that have the same problem as you, and who are maybe looking for solutions, or some have already come up with solutions. And when you address that specific issue, it's important because you're sending your fields towards it, and you're giving to that. And so try to ask the question, maybe get together with others that have that issue, and you can work together maybe. That's just a suggestion.
No, I appreciate that, Elias. Your insight is excellent. Thank you. I'm going to take a small spot, I think, and that is really overgrown, and just practice with some ganses and things, see whether I can make the right field. Thanks.
Can I tell you of an experience that I had whilst all of this was going on? Because I was mobile. I was walking down the street, and an Aboriginal woman approached me and said that she wanted a cigarette because she could see that I was smoking one. And within a split second, she just held out a hand, and I said to her, "You can have what's left of mine. That's all that I have." But there was no word that she spoke to me. She just knew automatically that I didn't have any cigarettes, but I had what I had in my hand, and I was happy to give that to her. And this is what it's about. It's about the knowingness of the people that we deal with, because they just get in tune in a way that we haven't experienced before. And this is what is going to happen to us more and more and more and more. It'll be like, Dad's gonna, I want to speak to Dad, and then the phone rings and it's Dad. All that type of stuff. Because this lady, she just signaled for a cigarette, and I didn't have to do anything. She just put her hand out before I'd even done anything, because she knew that I was going to give her what was left of my cigarette, and no words were said. This is the funny part. This is what I didn't express to you. I never said a word to her. I did speak to her, but I never said a word out loud to her. And this sort of thing is going to happen to us more and more and more and more, where the want of somebody and the ability to somebody to give is instantaneous, unthought about, because it comes from the other dimension. It's the easiest way that I can describe it, because there's just that interaction. There's no words that need to be spoken. One can do what they can for the other, at the point of need without speaking a word. And that was my experience while all of this was going on. There were many more, but that's all I wish to speak about.
So it means the fields are spreading.
Can I comment on this?
Absolutely. Anybody can talk, right, Rick?
Okay. So actually, as I see it, we underestimate the communication that already happens even without our speaking. Our fields interact, and in this interaction, all the information flows. And this is something that we are not used to pay attention to it. And it happens all the time. But because we are not used to pay attention to it, for many reasons, we don't see it. So now when we are starting to be much more open to the idea of this, let's say, telepathic communication, it's marvelous and it's beautiful. And as we are getting more and more sensitive to the fields around us, we can be more attuned to this communication that happens without our speaking out the things. And many times our verbal mind, I call it, the mind that uses words, it's kind of overwhelmed by this developing or remembrance of this field communication. And it's beautiful to see how we can. I'm new to this technology of the foundation, but I hear you speak and describe it, and it's beautiful how it's possible to use technology to help us to remember our own sensitivity to the fields of life around us. So thank you for this sharing. It's really beautiful.
And thank you. I just wanted to ask, I think it's past 2:30 now. And does Dean see anybody going in? Or he's still
another hour, I think.
Oh, I keep forgetting I'm an hour different. Sorry about that. Okay, one more hour. Thank you.
Yeah,
I really.
There's no one present at the moment, Gail. Yeah, it's another hour to go.
They're already on lunch or something.
They're experiencing whatever they need to experience in the moment. And yeah, so we'll start again in another hour. And Rick, if you need to go and lie down and have a rest before this happens, then please let someone else host for you, so you can go and have a rest. Go and have some travel, Rick, for a few moments. Is there anybody else who'd like to contribute in these moments? Who'd like to express themselves and bring something forward for the for all of us to experience?
I haven't actually said much about what I experienced. Something that I forget which speaker was saying, it's like having a kind of like a mesh of the connection of souls. And I felt that there was something like a whole, I don't know the word for this, but let's just say that there was a very wonderful mesh on the ground, and I was experiencing it as having been raised up And it was beautiful. It was absolutely peaceful. It was unbelievable. I really appreciated it. And then I thought about Maria and Jaco, who are busy trying to give us the peace. So they did, in my eyes. There were other things, but that's what I'm coming up with at the moment. Thank you.
I think the experience you just what you've just said is in this moment, obviously something happened within that flight room that opened up and made us made myself aware of taking opening up, I suppose, and going through another field strength I needed to walk through so I can experience something else. And I'm sure that each and every one of you present has experienced something else that gave to you what you needed in this very moment. It's interesting when Elias spoke about when we have something invasive, instead of trying to destroy it, give to it. How beautiful is that? Isn't that exactly the whole ethos of the foundation of humanity, of world leaders, of you? Instead of trying to take, is to give. Isn't that a real beauty? Isn't that the big change, the difference? So if you have something that, if you have a condition or something that brings you an emotion or something, instead of fighting it, give more. And that really is what Mr. Kesh does. He keeps coming back and giving more and more. And as knowledge seekers, as human beings, as souls present in the moment, when we start to understand that, then everything changes, and then you get this real opening up of the fields. And I think that is a beautiful, a very beautiful condition for each and every one of us individually, and as a community, a family, and opening up gradually to the whole planet and beyond. Because however you like to position yourself in whatever environment you enjoy and you want to be part of, it's the same thing. So instead of trying to take out, you give to. And Elias, that was thank you for that reminder. That was a beautiful, beautiful thing you said. Thank you, Elias. Thank you all.
And you can put the world leaders in the place of those plants.
Who's to say one of the world leaders won't be a plant?
Well, if they're my beautiful tree, then that's okay.
Why? See, that's where humanity has this. We have this wonderful condition where we think that we express ourselves as for want of a better way of expressing it, the top of the food chain. We have to come to understand, all of us, that we are part of everything. And so when no one is, or no soul is any different, and instead of trying to take from this soul of any description, we enhance, we give. Now that one aspect, that one condition would change everything if we just flip the switch and have a thought and intention that way. If it changes everything in an instant, within the individual, within the collective, within the totality of everything. However you'd like to describe it, and which words, your belief systems, everything. It's whatever resonates for you. However, the one thing, instead of taking, giving. And that is that is a very beautiful thing.
The struggles will stop.
Yeah, there will be no struggles, will there? There is no struggle.
No need. Yeah, no need. Wow. Very, very good. You guys summarizing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you for your contribution today. Wonderful. And please continue if you have anything else you'd like to say.
Well, for now, I think that's enough. There were a few other things, but that was something that
that is the other thing. Let me jump here, guys.
Oh, here comes my friend Jalal.
Please jump in, Jalal.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Look, now you have another chance to get in. Let me give you a tip. In the plasma world, it's different than the matter world. That means in the matter world, if you take, you are giving. And if you give, that means you are taking. Just change it. That's why Mr. Cash telling you to give. In a plasmatic way, soul level, when you give, you are taking. And when you take, you are giving. So now you choose the second round, how it will be for you. What you want really to go in the soul level and understanding and work, or the matter world, which is physicality and the emotion of the matter. So you choose.
Jalal, can you just say that again? Exactly what you just said. Just expand it once more. Just say it again, please.
This came out really, truly through all the teaching of Mr. Cash, and especially it added yesterday when the knowledge seekers opened to the infinity loop. The man work in a condition of special environment. So what's happened inside, it's different than what's happening outside. So if your gases, if your plasma of the body inside, it's totally different than the matter state. Even when you take a heart, it's different when you see the heart inside the body. It's totally different. It will change only when it be in that environment of the matter state. So what that mean? The plasma work different, the opposite of the matter state. The opposite. We normally, we take food and we take everything for us to take the energy. But in the plasma, you do not take. In the plasma, you give. It is the opposite, exactly the opposite. So what do you like to give for you to receive? Before they went, I jumped in and I said, do that and this. Support them and give for them to enjoy. That means it's you who gonna receive. And how much you will receive more because you give. In the plasma, you give, that means you receive in the matter state. So it's different, really different approach. Different approach.
Jalal.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting. As you were speaking, I thought something popped into my mind, and I think it might have some significance in the way that we as a humanity have become so accustomed to our physicality. And what popped into mind is when you use the word take. It's interesting that in English, we have two words. We have take and receive. Think about it. Why do we have two words? Take and you receive. Why two words? When we give, there's only one word, give. We don't have two words for giving, one word. But for taking, we have two, take and receive. Why is that?
It's the manifestation of one plasma as gravitational and magnetical. Always present like this. One neutron and one hydrogen. And this hydrogen is proton electron. So in essence, you have three. The three combine as two, and the two combine as one entity.
This goes back to what I said, Rod.
Sorry, Brett, that opened a huge door in the matter state. What you know about the matter state and how it will work in the plasma state. So it will give you a lot of keys for you, really, even if you work in the matter state or you work in the plasma state. It's a different space. So go ahead, Brett. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
What I've always said is one is sometimes 2, 3, 4, and 5. So when you listen to those words, it just goes, it's water off a duck's back. But the reality of the situation is that one can be many because they form into one, like a family. So you have two parents that have a child. So 2 is now 3. So what happens when the woman has the amount of children that she's able to have within the creational values means 3. So 1 can be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the same is the value of the atomic structures of everything that we build. So now, in a way, I hope that these values can be seen, because these are what I'm going to be using in the near foreseeable future to show you guys things. So that's all I wanted to get out there. Thanks, mate.
If Dean here, can I just quickly just jump in for a sec? So one thing I've been present here and going through the emotions I've had today and all the experiences. However, I've noticed that the flight experience is still ongoing. I've noticed Mr. Kesh is still entering the flight room on regular basis. So I hope you're all aware of interactions that are taking place in this very moment as we expand and we connect and we start sharing in a way that is bringing about a vital shift and a very big enhancement to not just to the individual but to the whole of the creation in this very moment. And I think this conversation has been a very powerful unifying creation today. Thank you, all of you guys. Thank you for the beauty. Thank you.
I would like to share a Christmas story, and the Christmas story came a year ago when Mr. Keshe said something and he did a design. I couldn't find it back yet. It's around 406th workshop, and it triggered the remembrance of a Christmas story I wrote down almost 50 years ago. And maybe it has two parts, but one part is about 2.5 minutes. So if it's okay, I will like to share this with you.
Fried, please go. Please share. We'd love to hear it. Thank you.
Okay. The title is The Little Star and the Christmas Star. In the evening, when the sky is putting on its gown, I love to look up, and I try to be up there. When I sit for a long time very still, the stars begin to tell. It was a small star, easy to overlook. One of its points was longer, and so he was ashamed to shine as brightly as the other stars. Oh, only thus did he attract attention and had difficulties to be a star among stars. So he went his own way at an early age and saw more of the world than his comrades. He also had higher goals. How bright the Christmas star shone. If only one day he could be near him. The thought never let go of our little star, and finally he decided to set off. He met many stars on the way and would have liked to stay with them, but he aimed for the brightest. That was decided. The Christmas star gave him a friendly glance when he came. How proud our little star was to be in the brilliance and majesty of the Christmas star. But what was that? Suddenly, our little star almost forgot to sparkle. A star has to shine in his life. The Christmas star tried to make his brother aware of this. Alas, he did not want to hear. Then the Christmas star saw no other possibility than to shine weaker. This scared the little star. He backed away in fear, and the big star became a little brighter. Now he understood. He went back to his friends. They were happy because they had noticed by now that despite his peculiarity, they liked him. Our star did shine like them now. So the longer point was no longer noticeable. And the miracle happened. Thanks to his comrades, the little star glistened more and more, and soon, he, as second Christmas star, was seen in the sky. That was part one.
Fried, very beautiful, very poignant, and the sun's bright here again, and yeah, that was very, very I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, it. I think for many people and many souls, that is a beautiful message. That as you come closer to the brighter source, it would want to radiate more. So to begin with, it may be a fear when you approach. So then you decide to back away a bit, and then the other star thinks, to give more to you, I will dim myself by giving to you more so that you can receive. And then the little star starts to understand and approaches again, and the bright star twinkles more and shines more, and that illumination elevates the little star once again, and they become this beauty in the night sky. Thank you, Fried. That was wonderful.
Dean.
Hello, hello.
In the process, I asked Marie why she is crying. She don't need to be crying. So why you cried?
An emotion welled up within me when I was speaking about something about giving to humanity and stuff. And before that, I can't remember. I need to go back. But it's just an emotion that welled up within me. It was the human condition of this emotion that just that rose up through me and was part of my physicality from, I would imagine, a condition of fields within my
overwhelming, huh?
Overwhelming.
The happiness overwhelming.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How are you feeling in this moment, Jalal? May I ask?
Yeah, I did get this emotional connection, but you know, my space here do not allow me. You know what? I stayed about more than 40 minutes, 45 minutes. I thought we are in silence. And then I came, I don't hear anything. And then I saw Rick and you are talking, the mic is open. I said, what happened? Just I touched my headphone and started to speak again. I said, wait, all the time I was in silence. how much silence we were?
I think you just explained it, Jalal. There must have been a good 45 minutes, if not more. But this was this connection. And it's funny how the souls, you came in at probably the exact right position in time and place for yourself, and expanded upon it and added to everything just by your presence.
I was over 45 minutes in silence.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It didn't seem like that. It didn't seem anything like that.
How did it seem to you, Brett?
It didn't seem anything like that. And can I only just ask Jalal one quick question? Did you understand what I said before about the family? Did you comprehend and understand it?
Brett, you've got a very big space gap there. Is Jalal coming back? Jalal, are you going to answer this, or is it directed in a different way?
He's the only one that has the capability of understanding it at the moment.
Then bring it forward. Then bring it forward, Brett. So expand upon it. So that's you've opened a door. You said there's only one that can understand this. So if Jalal's not willing to bring it forward, then would you like to expand upon it?
Well, when I do the Coke bottle, I use helium, which is H2, yeah? So carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. And when you split the hydrogen into two, you have the fifth. But they're all family they're all together. They're all part of it. And this is something that he understands. So when you build your other layers, if you use other gases whilst you're making your ganses, the other can be the other 5 neutral gases. You build your layers, you build your space gap, and you build everything that you need to create the fields that we're trying to create. So that's all I wanted to say, because I know that he would understand that. He would comprehend that and understand that. And that's why I talk about 1 can also be 2, 3, 4, and 5.
It's funny, Brett, because at the moment my phone is showing 66% battery capacity at the moment.
Okay, great. It should be 11, mate. You know,
Yeah.
like, come on.
I think that still has a relevance, though. The 66.
Yeah. Very good.
So just quick, Brett, just quickly, just so you know, I've just seen our 2 beautiful souls reappear. So Jacko and Marie are present. Just so you know. Carry on.
I've finished. That's all I wanted to give.
Okay. that was a beautiful
Whoever
giving.
understands it will understand it.
Yeah, very beautiful. Thank you, Brett. Thank you. Rick or somebody, would you like to jump in for a sec? I just want to go and take a quick picture. Thank you.
I need to take a break for a few minutes. Perhaps someone else can take over the conversation and just keep it going here for, what do we have, another half hour before flight tests? Is that the way it goes?
20 minutes.
20 minutes or so.
Yeah, half past.
Okay, I'm going to take a 10-minute break here, and I'm sure there'll be some conversation to fill in.
Thank you, Rick. I'm sure there'll be lots of conversation. Jacko and Marie are presently in communication with Mr. Kesh. And so, you know, they're discussing, I'm sure, the positions they're going to experience in the flight room again. And the next round of field strength and giving and sharing that may be received. It's going to be an interesting moment, and I think it's interesting in the fact that this is an ongoing taking us to another level. It's this connection that's building more and more and more till it becomes 24/7, which it already is. But in the broadcast realms of this, it's expanding again. And so, Rick, your normal show that you know you've been delivering for so many years, thank you for everything that you do, which are quite incredible, Rick, is now growing. So it's expanding again, and now we need to involve more souls to be able to fulfill the task. And so when it becomes more than one in soul and physicality can actually sustain, then all the other souls join in, interact, share and give their experiences. And so this this plasma grows, this interaction grows in this very moment. And it seems to be, you know, obviously I'm suddenly part of it today, and giving to my understanding, and being present here in the exhibition, and witnessing this on a physical level and primarily on a soul level, because we've all been positioned, each and every single one of us that are present, listening or going to listen, or going to hear this conversation physically, have all been positioned. And then if we go beyond that, even the guys, I say guys, gals, all the souls present in this moment are all aware of this on a soul level. And so that, as Jalal was speaking about, that when we take on a soul level, are we giving? And when we give on a matter state level, are we taking? Or are we doing both? Are we experiencing both? Because as we know in the sun, it was radiating out and giving its fields to the earth, Mother Earth. At the same time, the sun is receiving its fields from the unicos, from the creator, from the creation. So in any instant, we are giving and taking. And that's just speaking in two ways. So it's just a give and take. However, a sphere, a sun, yourself, every cell in your body is 360. So it's that wraparound. It's that it's being aware of yourself in more than just looking forward through the front of your eyes in the physicality. It's also being aware of the whole of everything around you. So
Sorry,
when you stand, carry on, Jalal, carry on.
I must jump here because I have a lot of here working in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, look, you give what you wish to receive. It is very, very simple, really. And you don't want to have it in the matter state. It will show up in the matter state because you receive it. What you take, you will give more what you did take. You will give back more. So what you really like to have, just give it in the soul level. Similar, you will receive it and you will receive more. But if you take, you will give more in the soul level. You know what is the beauty when Mr. K say, in the scientist in the matter state, they look to the electron. And in the plasma, we work with the proton. It is 2000 to 1. It is 2000 to 1. So if we are working in the plasma level, when you give 1 in the plasma level, you will receive, if you receive 1 in the matter state, it is 2000. That's why the plasma level is very, very different than the matter state level. The matter state work with the electron vibration. In the plasma, you work with the proton. A small from the stronger. That's why it works. And it works very, very fast.
Jalal, just expand on that. So just change the words a little bit. So instead of using it with a proton electron, explain it in another way with the seeds of a flower, or anything you'd like to describe it with, but not using a proton electron. Use another analogy.
What you see, even in the plasma, when you are making CO2 in the plasma level, in that condition, it is in the plasma state. So when you take this gases to the matter state world, it have to work in the matter state as a matter state. It is not as a plasma state anymore. So even the flowers, even the entities inside them, they work in the plasma level. You are trying to enforce the matter state into the plasma. That cannot be. You satisfy yourself. Yeah, they are happy. Yeah, they are stealing. Yeah, they are taking. Yeah, they are giving. Without feeling that in real plasma, you cannot say that. Yes, you feel it, but in which way? In the physicality level, to satisfy that, yeah, I feel it in that. Or just no matter, they have to be exist. You need to accommodate. That's all what you can do. No more, no less. Accommodation, that means you leave if you want to really give, unconditional, that you leave what you are giving there. Whoever coming, he will take. And in this aspect, it's like you giving from that cup. So if he take, he will give back. Who will receive? 100% you will receive. Not today, not tomorrow, maybe in million years. And maybe in second, because someone took it. Someone have to pay for what he is taking. So change it. It's no different than you and any other entity. They have a purpose of existence. And if you go to the universal community, just look around you. Who is the universal community? You are part of them and they are part of you. Where is your ancestors? Where is all this energy before you? They are part of this universe. And they have, I think, the ability to exist everywhere as they like, or as their strength allow them to be. So they are not strangers. They are your forefathers and your brothers and even your children. Because how many times you emit this energy of your soul? You know what your soul is doing? I don't think so. Now we are open to the soul and what the capacity of the soul and what it's doing. Now, we don't know yesterday what it done. So it's creating a lot of things without you as a physicality and emotion knowing that. I hope one day we will know that.
Yeah, thank you, Jalal.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, beautiful understanding. And I know you're
sitting here talking to me and you leave Mr. Cash and the guys jumping here and there. Oh my God.
They're quietly sat at the moment.
You know what we say? You know what we say? We say God give the meat for the guys who have no teeth. So if you have teeth, you don't have meat. Now I am here and you are there. Thank you very much. I support you.
Yeah, thank you, Jalal. Okay, so I can see that Marie and Jacko are still waiting, and Mr. Kesh has just gone into the flight room, maybe to do an adjustment or to do what Mr. Kesh does within the spectrum of what Mr. Kesh is bringing forward, which is I know within that room all the beauty that has taken place in this technology. This brought together in the matter state into a tool or some tools that can bring about this connection to the universe, or to the inner verse of ourselves, to the, you know, the inside, this this being connected with ourselves. And so Mr. Kessis brought forward these beautiful souls, like Klaus and his team, that have constructed under Mr. Kessis' guidance these tools. And the construction of it, the essence of it, I don't think there's anybody out, in fact I know there's nobody else on the planet that would have the capabilities to bring this forward, this actual construct of a physical matter state tool that can bring about a condition within the physicality that takes the physicality through the various stages of being present in physicality into the next condition of us, you know, the physical soul dimension, and then onto the soul dimension. And so this is where the technology, the ancient wisdom, the creation, the creator, coming forward to give to all of us, to give to you and I. I am present, we are present, I am present. However you'd like to describe it, it's us as a beautiful creation that, as Fried said, that little star that is part of each and every one of us, coming closer to the bigger star and receiving that initiation of the plasma, receiving that interaction of the fields, receiving elevation of the soul, receiving the knowledge. And it's the knowledge that's the real beauty. It's the knowledge has been given in parts, in places, through many teachers. And as it's been said today, some have taken it to a certain position and given this freely. And now in this particular moment, in this modern era of expression, expansion of experiencing the moment, it's now being brought forward in a way that can be experienced in the ancient way, and also brought forward into a scientific way, so we can give this to all the souls present in the scientific communities to establish a connection back to the ancient wisdom that's always been present forever. And that will never change, because that's part of us and we are part of it in this moment. So I'm looking again at Marie and Jacko sat over there waiting to go back in. I'm going to quickly go and have I don't know if am I allowed to? Can I have a quick chat? We're not going to talk anything specific. I'm just going to sit down next to Jacko and Marie and just say hello. I'm not going to ask you any questions. I'm just. So this is the Reactor group still.
I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay. So okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Marie, you are swimming in hydrogen.
Jalal, just hang on a sec. So Jalal just said, Marie, you are swimming in hydrogen. She's smiling, but they're not allowed to really interact at the moment. So I was being a little bit cheeky there. So I will walk away. She said, now she wants to interact.
I want to say thank you, Jalal. I love you. Bye-bye.
All the best wishes for you, my dear.
All the best wishes for you, my dear. Yeah, okay. So I've just been told off again for speaking too loud. When they're inside the flight room, apparently you can hear everything. And so this, as we know earlier, with what Rick was speaking about, you get this, you jump out of the experience, that connection. So I have to speak more softly, or I have to go quiet. So one of you will have to take over and bring some words forward, some experiences. They haven't gone in yet. So if there's any questions about any of the experiences that I can help with, please bring them forward.
Dean, can you describe what exactly they are supposed to be doing? Is it like a travel to the planets and at one point, and then soul at another point, peace, and sending us fields, all that?
Your words, our thoughts and intentions, maybe. Other than that, as you know, I've not been in there. So if I was going into that flight room, then yes, that would be, my intention would be to give to all and to let it be. I would just
sorry, Dean, give all the wishes. Give all the wishes what you like to give.
Give all the wishes that I'd like
all
to
the
give.
wishes.
Okay. Yeah, well then in that case, then no, thank you, Jalal. I will give all the wishes, and they will all be for you to receive everything that you need. Each and every single one of you, I would want you to receive the beauty, and I want you to receive all the energies, or the seeds, everything that you need in your physicality and on a soul level that would enhance you and give to you. I give unconditionally to you in this moment for you to receive the energy that's required. And on a soul level, forget the physicality, but on a soul level, that's what a soul does. They give unconditionally, and the wishes are thoughts and aspirations of a physical mind. The soul naturally will give this unconditionally in any moment. And so, like Mr. Kesh and many others that do this in the matter state, in the physical body, they've brought that back into the human form to be able for us to understand and experience this. And through the beautiful teachings of Jalal and many others, we're starting to understand this more and more. Thank you, Jalal.
Me too. Thank you, Jalal, because I also learn so much from you. Thank you very much. Much love to you. We know that some souls will reach to get illumination. All humanity will get at once. This we know. Also the science knows, and theology and spirituality. Each messenger brought such an elevation of humanity. After Egyptian and all other tradition of belief, which believe in sun, they think that each messenger, I mean each travel of the sun in each compartment of the zodiac, I mean starting from Taurus, Aries, Pisces, and now we will go in Aries, not Aries, Verseau in French. I don't know the word in English. It's the man who spread water. So now our messenger, it's more powerful, and our messenger is a technology. And thanks to the technology, all of us will be able to to become a messenger. I mean, what means a messenger? To understand the truth, to have direct connection with bio internet, where is uploaded all the information, and he is able by himself to download this information without the help of a spiritual guide and of these spiritual leaders. The connection with knowledge is directly. I mean, knowledge is the truth of the creation. We are able, thanks to technology, I mean, internet and all this technology, including the science of the soul, we are mature enough to become messenger. We are not anymore children. We became mature starting from today. We are the promised one. And maybe in the future, humanity will remember this day, 7 December 2022. Okay, I will stop because otherwise I will talk 2 hours. Thank you for your patience and your loving heart.
Thank you, Solomia. Just so you know, guys, so Mr. Kesh has just taken Jacko and Marie back into the flight room. So the experience is now, the early stages is about to start again. Not that it's ever stopped, but now we have the souls present in there once again to start spreading the fields of their flight. So just so you're aware, we're now back in flight mode. So I don't know if any of you would you like to go silent again, Rick? Whoever's present, would you like to go me to go silent, for us to go silent again?
Well, it seems like a good procedure.
Okay,
but not Dean. Isn't Dean the one who's our connection?
Okay, so Gail, I would now and again I might come in and say something, but I don't want to.
Okay.
I've got to speak quietly because I speak too loud. I just realised that.
I don't mean to speak. I mean just to leave your microphone because you're in the middle of everything.
Okay, thank you. I will leave the microphone open.
Okay, thanks.
However, I'm going to go silent now. Thank you.
I said something. I never said a word. Let's try and expand it.
Hello, knowledge seekers of the Reactor group. So we can bring to a conclusion at the moment the flight for Marie and Jacko. They're present with me in this moment. They've just come out of the system, and we'd like to share some experiences. So can I just get a confirmation you can hear me okay?
Check.
Thank you. Thank you. So Jacko, Marie,
would you like to share some of the parts of your experience you've just had, and how do you feel in this precise moment?
The special thing was that we were connected. We had in the morning the same experiences, and it felt now the same. So this connection is very, very strong. And in my case, I really had the traveling to the Earth boundary, and it was like the connection to you all I felt, and the connection to our universal family. It was like a conference on a neutral base in a place where I never was before.
Thank you, Jacko. Marie, how did you experience this?
I feel very enhanced or full of energy in a way. And the main work in a way was to connect with the universal community through the council. So as Universal Council members, we connected with the other members in the council and the Universal Council soul, and then connected this to the Universal Council, which is the Universal Community's own council, where we are part of. So to establish like a line of communication, I felt we did that in both sessions, and that for my case, I was sending lots of love up this channel so they could feel the communication.
I hope they felt.
Yeah, and I did other stuff. I did my wishes for humanity in Norwegian. I was sharing my feels from my part of the world with the systems. And I felt that was important. And I did a lot of Norwegian kind of inside speaking to make them feel that this is the field strength from my part of the world and that I'm carrying. What else?
Maybe I can add. I had in the morning, same as Marie said, with the connections. I did also with the knowledge seekers, the council, the Dome of Peace, and then I felt like connecting the countries together. And when I started to connect the continents, then I had an enormous emotion. It was really, really strong, like in the first time, last time I was here, the 16th. So yeah, it shows me that this connection is the key to everything.
And it was wonderful to meet Mr. Kirsch, to speak with him, and I feel really honored, and but there are more work to be done.
So, can you expand on that a little bit? More work? Just say a little about that.
Well, I'm a grown-up earthly person, so I think that my shields are keeping me back a bit. So I think I need to let time and the systems. Now I feel I'm connected to the system, so it will. There is work to be done during time, I think. I cannot explain it otherwise.
Okay. It was also a very special experience to be in a session, stay in the session, but get out of the building. And we both experienced very much this distance has a certain effect on the field, but you feel you're still connected. And when we came back, we both said, now it comes. It rises more, the energy rises more and becomes stronger. It's wonderful, wonderful to experience.
Wow, wow. So on a personal level, so can I ask, did you sense the other souls that have been present within there, within the the flight room? So the other souls of the council and other souls have gone in. Did you experience any of their emotions? Did you sense them as as a soul or in a physical level? How did you experience it?
Maybe you remember the first time I was in the design center, I had the stacker experience. The stacker, when I stand in between them, there's a connection to home. And this connection was now with all the souls, not as a single, but it felt like the connection, like a directly connection to all. And that was also in the second step when I went to the boundary of the Earth. It was a very wonderful blue shine on the surface of the Earth or the outside, and then it was connected to all, you know, not only to small parts, but it was really the connection to all. So maybe this is the start of biting the pie instead of the crumbs.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, we discussed that about the pie. Maybe the Universal Council is like a pie, you know, that we all have our own specialities. But that's the reason why it's like it's
strength of diversity.
Yeah. And so, did you? So you said you went out. You saw the outside. You saw this. Did you go inside? Did you go into the cell on a subatomic level and further in to experience this way?
No, it was bigger scale. This time it was outside on the surface in the big scale, to have this distance or no distance between the universal community and the souls on Earth.
Okay,
but it felt total, not single.
Okay, so you sensed a much bigger audience. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, it's the connection to all.
And there's the silence in the space gap.
Yes, it was wonderful to feel the fields. I want to add that.
Now you know how it feels to play with them.
Yeah, so there's a lot of fields in that room, and it's just wonderful to kind of be in.
It's difficult to explain physicality.
Yeah. I can see, Marie, you've got some emotions starting to come to you in this moment. I can sense this and see it in your face. So, yeah, and Jacko's, yeah.
It was a wonderful day.
It was a wonderful day, yes. Yeah. Fantastic.
Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you for holding that interview, and thank you for being present. And thank you from the bottom of my soul, the top of my soul, the middle of my soul, the totality of my soul. Thank you for being present and for what you've just given. What you've just given to humanity, universal community, and each and every soul. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's the balance.
It's the balance, yeah. Thank you, guys. You've just heard. I'm going to let them now have a little rest and just go and sit down and find some balance with themselves and the physicality, so they can just relax for a little while. Are there any? Quickly, actually saying that before I let them go, is there any questions to Jacko and Marie from any of you listening right now? Please come forward.
Oh, this is Mosfek. Hi, Marie. Hi, Jacko.
Hi, Mosfek.
Although I'm no longer Universal Council, I was there with you, and I talked a little bit about I could connect very reasonably, and I actually talked in a very similar way early on with Dean, didn't I?
Yes.
So anyway.
Yes, most definitely, yes.
And it was. I actually did a lot of travel with you guys, and going out of the planet, and the universal community. And then the last one, a little bit that you guys didn't mention, I'll mention it. The second one, I felt like focusing on the solar system, and this is I felt like in not too far in the future we will be dealing with the inhabitants of the solar systems, and there was clearly some imbalance in the whole solar system, just like our planet. Anyway,
Mosfek, inside the expansion, in my case, it felt far beyond Earth.
Yes,
so
yes. Yes, far beyond Earth. Yes, it was far beyond Earth for me too.
That's the way we go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. It was wonderful to be with you guys.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, and everyone is welcome to the soul teaching at 6 p.m. tonight. Jacko and I will be there for more questions, and maybe we have remember more.
There's so much details. You know.
Yeah.
I'll be there virtually, but I have to teach at that time somewhere else. But
Yeah. Okay.
Other time, other place.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for keeping up with us.
Yes, so long.
So long. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much. Bye for now.
Bye.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Jacko. Thank you, Marie. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you. Okay, Rick, I think we can bring it to a close unless there are any other further questions anybody would like to ask in this moment.
Well, and especially if they have any input over the last episode here, any new revelations or things that you might have felt, or some data that Mr. Kesh can use in terms of correlating the information.